of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, economic, social, and as well as the cultural and creative sectors. Now, by embracing a holistic approach, we strive to create a dynamic platform that nurtures different ideas and also catalyzes comprehensive growth. And of course, throughout the entire month of November, we bring together key players within the entrepreneurial ecosystem alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the Startup Business Festival features an array of events. Now, these events are designed to enrich and empower participants. Now, we have keynotes, we have masterclasses, we have panel discussions, we have workshops, we have showcases, we have pitches, we have live performances, we have bicycles, we have, of course, networking events. Now, the theme for this year's festival is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as a beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of resilience in entrepreneurship as a driving force behind sustained growth and as well as prosperity. Now, for us to achieve such ambitious goals, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential skills and tools required for them to establish their startups that can weather any storm and, of course, emerge much stronger. Now, our event does more than just convene, right? It strives to foster a robust community. And this community comprising of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry pioneers, and as well as thought and practice leaders who are united by a shared dedication to nurturing an environment which is conducive to the entrepreneurial excellence. And of course, together we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive but thrive in the ever evolving landscape. And of course, now, in a world where uncertainty becomes certainty, resilience now becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by investing in skills and mindsets needed for entrepreneurs who face adversity, we can, of course, chart towards a brighter and more prosperous future. So, throughout the festival, let us embark on this journey together. Let us remember the power of resilience, the strength of our collective commitment, and the potential that lies within each and every single one of us. And of course, together we can weather any storm and launch towards new horizons, and of course, shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. And as I've stated, I am your host, Karab Moholo, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. And this is week 4, where we're focusing on entrepreneurship for creative expression. Now, creative expression plays a pivotal role in entrepreneurship by fostering innovation and problem solving, and as well as unique brand identity. So entrepreneurs who embrace creative thinking can uncover and novel solutions to challenges, envision innovative products or services, and also differentiate their values in competitive markets. Whether through visual design, storytelling, or unconventional problem solving, creativity allows entrepreneurs to communicate their brand's essence effectively and resonate with their target audience. So creative expression plays as a catalyst for out-of-the-box thinking, and also enables entrepreneurs to adapt to changing landscapes, envisioning new possibilities, and infuse passion into their ventures. Now, the power of creative expression, therefore, not only fuels the entrepreneurial spirit, but also establishes a distinctive and memorable presence in the business world. And today we'll be looking at a beautiful masterclass where we'll be looking into the impact of technology in the creative industry. And of course, I'm joined by Chanel van Leeuwen. Chanel, how are you?
You.
Hey Chanel, how are you?
Good. How are you guys doing this morning?
I am good. I don't know what you mean, you guys, because I think I'm literally alone. I'm not sure if I'm kidding. I know you're speaking about the team. Look, we are good. Thank you so much, Chanel. I know for sure that this is not your first time being part of the festival, right? You were with us last year.
Yes, I was with you last year. I was part of the team of Prof. Albert van Niekerk that
yes.
on technology.
And obviously let's just speak a little bit about your experience. But before we get into that, Chanel, I want to ask you this question. What does it mean to you when you hear about a 30 days business festival? What first goes into your mind when you hear about a 30 days business festival?
I think that it's the right or the length is exactly what people need, because a 1 or a 2 day is not enough to explore everything that there is about business. I mean, business is so wide and there's so many things to learn. You can't do it in a 5-day workshop.
Right.
So a month is definitely worth it.
Yeah, I like that. Obviously, people don't understand, when they hear about a 30 days business festival, I think all they can take away from it is just the benefit, understanding, knowledge exchange, and just understand that there are different, key players who come on and, share not just their journey, but look into the challenges and opportunities that lie within each sector. But obviously, when we look at it from a team's perspective, when we look at it from in-house, it's not really easy to pull off something as, this magnitude where, consistency every day. We have to make sure that the platform is there and we bring on, key players who can really, give something that is substantial. So for us, being part of this, initiative, for people out there who are really wondering, the impact that we're having is, it's not easy, but it's worthwhile. And obviously, I know for sure that we have different players within the team who make sure that we have such beautiful spaces. And obviously, it's a blessing to be here. Chanel, how has your experience been last year? Obviously, being your first year, being part of the festival. What do you think you can be able to give into this year if you look at your impact last year?
So on a personal level, I did have to do with some of the entrepreneurs, and I really did realize that even if I have not been in the industry for that long, I've been in the technology industry only for about 3 years, but the impact that I had and the knowledge that I had to share with some of the entrepreneurs, and they were just like wowed, and I was like, I'm actually contributing, even though I still feel like I'm not pro level yet. I've learned a lot, and I can actually help people who are not there where I am even yet. So definitely.
I think this is also what I want to find out from individuals is, how does one measure impact, right? I know like a lot of speakers who have come on the platform, primarily they would speak about the impact that they would want to have. And just listening to what you've just said is last year, being part of the festival and really being there for the entrepreneurs and just really being a sense of fuel for their journey. That is impactful one way or another, right? So on its own merit, you have impacted, someone without you actually being aware of it. So this year, obviously, it's virtual. It's different. You're not really seeing the entrepreneurs face to face. What do you think can come out of your presentation that you prepared today? What do you think you were willing to achieve out of your presentation?
So what I've just learned the last few years, and that something that I had to overcome myself, is you can still be professional and still be yourself. You can still have a great personality and still be funny and still be a professional. And that's what I think sometimes you have this idea in your head about being a professional. You have to be, you have no sense of humor. You're very strict. You're very everything. But I think the whole world is changing. You can do formal business, but you can still be informal, if I can say it like that. You can be yourself. You can express yourself without compromising on quality when it comes to clients and to entrepreneurs. So today, I really just want to talk about my experience, and then also a bit about technology and the creativity, because that's my two worlds. I come from a graphic design background, and then I started working with technology companies just in COVID. So I've now mixed these two worlds, and I'm a person who loves people, and I just love talking to people. I love making people feel very comfortable, and I had to also incorporate that with the corporate world, which is not always acceptable to people just being themselves. And I had to, it's been a journey figuring it out for myself, how to not lose yourself and still climb the corporate ladder and mix the two worlds.
I like that. I think, I'm going to let you go into your presentation, but obviously what you just said, is profound, because sometimes, we get, how can I put it? We get frightened by the term entrepreneurship, right? We think, obviously, that is a serious term. When we hear one being an entrepreneur, we have to think there's a certain way we have to, embody ourselves to be this entrepreneur. But obviously, I think the most important thing that you mentioned is not forgetting the human element of it all, because it's you, right, as an individual in this cutthroat industry, right? But sometimes what can keep you sane in this, industry that is ever evolving, it's your personality. It's who you really are. But I think one thing that I gravitated towards is you telling me you're funny. Is that true? Are you funny?
Try to be.
Look, I'm a funny individual too. I want to think I am, and I like that. Okay, Chanel, look, let's see this. Let's do this. I think we've warmed up enough. I can tell you're funny, and I know for sure that as much as we're going to speak about the impact of technology in the creative industry, this also is going to be a stand-up comedy. So the platform is yours, the microphone is yours. Have an amazing time, and I'll be here afterwards to take you through a couple of questions. Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
All right. Sure thing. Thank you so much, Chanel.
Okay, thank you. So, everyone, I just want to tell you a little bit about myself. Like I just said, it was a personal thing for me for the last few years to like we spoke about, is to keep who I am and not lose myself, and to be corporate as well. So who I am is just, I love people. I'm an animal lover. I love traveling. I'm a volunteer. I love volunteering. I love kids. And yeah, I'm also a sister and a daughter, not a wife yet, but that will come someday. So yeah, I just grew up in a small town near the Kruger National Park, actually. So we would go weekends and so on. We would go to the Kruger National Park. And I then moved to the big city because we were from a small town. Pretoria is a big city. So I moved to Centurion when I was 19 years old to come and study graphic design. And at a stage, I was working for a company, and then around 2014, I decided, because I come from a big family of entrepreneurs, and my dad always told me, you always have to work for yourself, because that's the best thing to do, because he was an amazing entrepreneur. And then I started doing my own thing. So I started with photography. I later incorporated some social media, management and design, and the whole background of graphic design, and then websites as well. And then at a stage in 2020, when COVID came, it was a difficult time for a lot of small businesses. So yeah, I had to face the challenges of closing down the business. And then I met someone who is also a big friend of the Startup Business Campus, Albert van Niekerk. And yeah, he's taught me a lot about technology. So he's a technology business incubator. And he helped me to incorporate what I know, what I studied, what my interests are, and my expertise into the digital world. And that is actually also my subject for today, is how to navigate this whole digital world and what the impact is of technology on creative industries. So, as you all know, technology is changing every single day, and it's so fast-paced and it's worldwide. And whenever you think you've got something down, you've learned a new skill, there's something new coming out. There's a new trend. Even if you just look at social media, every single day there's new trends, there's new things, and we have to learn to evolve and to adapt to this environment. It can be an environment of a lot of opportunities, amazing opportunities that was not there 50 years ago, but it also comes with a lot of challenges. We are used to doing things in a certain way because that's what we've been taught. That's how it's been working for the last 20 years, but now it's starting to change. So yes, I'm just going to talk about that a bit today. So what are one of the most amazing positive things about technology is that we as creatives now can reach the whole world. It's a global reach. You can have any client on any continent, and just actually like we're using it today. I mean, you guys, you can be in Italy, you can be in Canada, and you can have all the information of this amazing Startup Business Festival. The second thing is also that creativity is starting to evolve. I'm going to speak a little bit later about virtual reality and so on, but everything is evolving, and that makes new opportunities, especially if you're an entrepreneur in the digital space. Is you can come up with new things, new inventions, new innovations to actually better your client's experience and in a creative way. So I just spoke about the virtual reality. This opens up so many doors. You can actually, give your client the most amazing experience instead of sending them a PowerPoint presentation, or instead of taking them somewhere that costs them time and money, and they're married and they can't go and they have children and they have to navigate life. now you can basically do a whole experience with your client, let them experience everything through virtual reality, which I think is really amazing. Actually, last night, so yes, I'm a fan of the Kardashians. Oops. So the one daughter had a problem with the mom not being able to be everywhere where she needs to be, and she made a hologram of herself. So she basically just in her kid's house, she just put a machine, and she can be at her home, and it's a hologram of her. She can be everywhere at the same time. So that makes you open to be in every client's office at any time, which can be a bit draining, but if you navigate it correctly, you can literally be in Canada every day and still have a meeting with your clients. And then also on the other side, it's not just with the global thing with clients, but also in collaboration and in networking. You can now collaborate with anyone in the world. And the opportunities are endless and limited. It's actually amazing. The downside to that is your competition also now got a lot bigger because you're in competition with Canada and with America and all those places. But it also opens up a lot of opportunities. Then what also makes digital amazing is that it's data driven. So now you can actually see exactly what your clients want, what your clients need. You can do a more a customized approach to what your clients want and need, and that way you can keep your clients definitely satisfied, and they will probably be a client for life. So that's just a few of the things that I would think the main things about the positive side. Then there's also a bit of a negative side to all the positive and things and opportunities. So one of the biggest things, and I've also realized that especially when it comes to content, digital content like logo design or videos, anything like that, is the piracy and the copyright issues. Because there's so many ways to get past, not paying for a membership or not paying for a specific service. If you have clients paying for your service every month on a digital platform, maybe if you're in the podcast industry or whatever it might be, unfortunately there is people in the world that know how to hack these things and know how to do these things. What I would suggest if you're in this type of business is to get someone that's really, really an expert on the field of doing this. These I know I've heard of some measures, but that's not my field of expertise. But I know that it is very, very important because of this. It's a huge risk to have everything online all the time. Then another thing, this can also be a nice thing, the automation. So for example, if you use ChatGPT, you kind of get used to it. You don't have to think anymore. Your creativity gets lazy because you don't have to be creative anymore because ChatGPT does everything for you. And that's going to stop, or that's going to just make that everyone will kind of now have the same result, the same creativity, because everyone is getting it from the same place. So now it's not individualistic anymore. Now it's just ChatGPT or any other AI program that's now gonna, kind of dictate what creativity is. Meanwhile, we have the most amazing minds, and people have just become a bit lazy because ChatGPT is a bit easier than actually doing the work yourself. So it's good to not fall into that trap. And then also there's also part of the ChatGPT is the algorithms. Everything is going to be the same. It's restricting exposure, and your content's never going to be diverse again. So I would say it's nice to use it, but always still make your own mark, your own stamp, make it your own. Never rely just on technology. It doesn't matter how good it is. Then there's also the challenge about quality versus quantity. So for example, say you do logo design. I know there's a few websites, even with videos, there's websites that you can just get videos or content or logo design for free. I mean, the normal business owner will not know that it doesn't adhere to certain aesthetic guidelines or anything like that. And some of it is for free. So now you are someone who studied these things. This is your expertise. You've spent many hours, many days, and a lot of money in getting yourself up to date and giving the best possible logo for that company. And you're expensive because of your expertise and your experience, and you studied for it. But people don't really, clients just want the quickest thing for the cheapest, if you can say it like that. And so this is a big challenge also that we are facing. And then so then comes the money, because I know we are all creative and I know we're all passionate, but I mean, we have to pay rent at the end of the month, right? So the thing is, because everything is changing so much, you have to think of new and creative ways to make money. You can't just work on the old business model anymore, where you go out to a client, ask them what they want, spend 3 days designing it at your house, and just send it via email. Because that's, like I just said previously, it's people just download things for free. They don't care anymore. So you have to figure out different ways of getting money in, even if you have to change your business model a little bit, or add extra services that you might think, whatever, that's not my core business. I'm passionate only about this one thing. But to survive in this current state of technology changing everything, we have to think outside the box. We have to do a little bit extra to make sure that we still get a good income. So that's the points that I wanted to share with you guys today. So in conclusion, is just from my side, is that the creative industry is amazing. It's changed so much. It's unbelievable, the things that people could do. I mean, a few hundred years back, people didn't even know what a cell phone was. And now you can actually, video call anywhere in the world. And you can do virtual reality. You can do the hologram. You can be in Canada, but not in Canada. So, it's been amazing. But it's also been a big thing of adapting. We need to adapt to our specific industry as well. Every industry, that's also a thing I want to say, is every industry, every sector in the digital space has different challenges. And make sure that you connect with people in your industry. It's always good to collaborate with like-minded people. It's always good to not have competition between each other, but to actually help each other, because everyone has strengths and weaknesses. And that's also part of the ecosystem. I mean, you can't do everything by yourself. I know that sometimes it's difficult, especially when you're an entrepreneur and you've built up your business and you've worked like 20 hours a day and you've put in your last money and you've only probably ate bread for 2 months because you were because your business is like your baby. You've been growing this baby forever, and it's very difficult to let someone else in. But make sure that you get the right partners, the right individuals that's also passionate, and work together. Do something amazing. There's a lot of legal things that you can put in place to protect you and your partner as well. And just make sure that whatever you do, you always give your best to your clients. And also, just stay yourself, be yourself, and your work will show the effort that you put in at the end of the day. So that's it from my side, Robert.
All right. Thank you so much, Josh. Now that was amazing. How did that feel for you? First of all, before we go into the questions, how was that experience for you?
That was awesome. So I'm coming next year. Okay, I'll also invite myself.
I like that. Look. Obviously, you spoke about you dove into looking at technology, playing a role in the creative industry. But now, obviously, if we have to dive in deeper and look at challenges and opportunities that lie obviously in the creative space, obviously utilizing the power of technology, what challenges, right, have you faced in integrating both technology into the creative process?
The biggest thing that I've faced is the thing of everybody can now do anything because they use an app. Kind of thing. So people who've not studied graphic design, or as a my experience, somebody who didn't study photography, or somebody who didn't study video or social media, just now uses an app and AI. And I studied and I had expenses, but now you're making more money than me because you know how to use the app, using someone else's IP to make money what I had to study for and actually have the expertise on. So it makes it creative, it makes us a little bit mad because we know the truth.
And then also, if we now obviously that's a challenge, on its own. But now if we look at the opportunities, right? Have you noticed any new opportunities or avenues for creativity, right, as a result of technological advancements?
Well, what I would say for me, the opportunity there is now to be the person who develops the app with my content that people can just buy. So you just go to the other side. You use what was used against you, if I can put it like that. So now you sell your content online that people can just download instead of going to search for clients. So it's something like that. Use the system to your advantage, then use it to your
But I think also, it's easier said than done. Obviously, everything
yes.
is everything it's a process on its own. Chanel, you said something amazing. Obviously, as you closed off, right? You spoke about the power of looking at collaborations. You said not everything needs to be competitive, especially in this ecosystem. But now if we zone in, or if we go a little bit further and we look at collaborations within the space. Obviously, we look at technology and the creative industry all coming as one. That is a collaboration on its own. But now, how has technology impacted collaboration within your creative team or your external partners?
So because I work a lot with our technology incubator, Prof. Albert, who knows exactly how to incorporate technology in any industry. There's actually some amazing things that he's developed or that he was part of. And so the one example, it was part of my notes, but I forgot to say that. The one example, and it's it's so amazing, is there was a technology developed. I hope I say it correctly. Electroluminescence. I think that's the right. So that basically means moving light. But now they've used, I'm not exactly sure the science behind it, how it exactly works, but they've incorporated. And this is actually it was just invented in the 90s. But I mean, South Africa is a bit behind. So we didn't know about this. You can now use this technology of moving lights and print it on labels. They use it in paint. It's amazing. I don't know if you've seen it. BMW actually puts this in the paint of their cars now. So I'm not exactly sure how it works, but you just have an app and you say, oh, today my car must have circles on it. If I drive through the street, I'm going to have circles on my car. And it's going to blink, and it's ridiculous.
Wow. Yeah.
So now now you can design labels for your clients, and and it basically has a little label on that has moving light on it, like when there was roadhouses and things like that. When you were little, you would drive by, each letter would flicker and it would go different colors. Now you can actually do that on labels. I mean, for your clients, for anything, and those things, they last forever. I know there was a bottle that Prof. Albert brought from Germany. I think it was a Smirnoff bottle that they did that for. His son still has that bottle. It's been like 20 years and the lights still work. It just, I don't know how it works. But it's amazing. So now if you have billboards, you have all of those things, of load shedding, the billboard is still going to work.
It's still going on.
So, it's amazing how you can, and it gives you a competitive edge because you can't download something like that.
Look, when we really look or zone into the power of technology, right, the trajectory of technology, we can understand that all these four sectors that we primarily zone into the cultural and the creative, as well as the social, environmental, and the economic sector. They are all anchored by technology, right?
Yes.
How imperative is it for people who don't understand how to leverage technology to use it within their sector, obviously, because I know a lot of people, can hear about technology, but still don't even understand, how to use it or what it can do within their ecosystem. So how do we make people more aware of the power of technology being there available for everybody to utilize?
A big thing is, like you said, making them aware. So this thing that you guys are doing with this festival, I mean, that's one of the ways. There's people who's really passionate about things like this, and especially if you start learning about it. I know in the beginning I was like, wow, I need to tell everyone about this, because their lives will be literally changed if they just incorporated technology into their businesses. And I think that's kind of the only way to do it, is we have to do whatever we can in our power to get the word out there, to do workshops, to maybe get the government involved, to make sure that it's part of skills training. And the skills and education sector is so big, because that's the only way that people ever know about it.
Yeah, obviously now you are diving into another element of skill development, right? Which obviously I want to touch upon. Obviously, when we speak about skill development, we can look at a whole lot of each one teach one, a platform that can enrich, people. So have you actively sought to acquire new technological skills to enhance your creativity?
Yes, I have. I've used some. I like to stick to my traditional things, but like including the light technology and things like that into it. The big thing is you have to know where to get the technologies, how to actually make a business, because now you have the technology. But how do you make a business out of this? So what our company is, I work for a company named Mantech, and they are a technology business incubator. So what they have also done is we've developed workshops together with TR to help people who have the technology but they don't know about the business side, or they have the business side down but they don't know where to get the technologies. So we've developed these workshops, and you can basically just come out of high school and say, oh, I want to start a business. So we have workshops on like entry level, basic level, and then very advanced, even if it comes to investing and all of that, even for investors. So we've covered the whole spectrum of, you want to start a business and you're looking at the investment side as well.
Yeah. And now obviously you being in the field of even teaching participants or people that are around you, how do you now stay informed about the emerging technologies for you to be relevant in your creative field?
So we have a what do you call them, as a technology scout. That's a guy that lives. He's a German. He lives in Germany, and he knows exactly. He was taught how to source new technologies before they hit the market. So whenever something new comes out, we just say, okay, we want in this sector, we want a technology about this. This is the creative space and whatever. And this guy literally, he knows exactly where to get the inventors and all of that before it hits the market. Yeah. So he knows exactly where to get it. He sends us usually all the links, and then it's basically pick and choose whatever you want. So it's amazing. It's really, there's a whole world of inventors and inventions out there. I know that a lot of people, my experience is more with Germany, and a lot of people in Germany, they want to do their masters or their doctorate degrees, and they invent things just to get their degree. And actually, like, the things that they invent just stand in their garage, but it can solve load shedding, and they don't realize that there's problems because they're the first world country. They don't have problems like that. And so our technology scout is very good at knowing where to find these people, where they are. And he also knows South Africa a bit, but we'll tell him these are the problems we're facing in South Africa or in Africa at the SADC countries or whatever at the moment. And he's like, he knows, I don't know how he gets them, but he does. And it's amazing. Like, I could keep you busy for hours just on what technologies exist.
I'm just wondering how advanced are you guys to even have a technology scout? I'm sure somebody out there is probably wondering what exactly is a technology scout and how do I go about even having a technology scout? So if we then now look at a technology scout, how do you come about that? And obviously you speak about the role that a technology scout plays, right? But now,
Yes.
does every startup or someone who's in this entrepreneurial journey, do they have to have a technology scout?
So the technology scout know that it will be very difficult to actually get someone that is on a high level to, because
Yeah,
um, they don't know who the entrepreneur is. I mean, why would they, want to work with them or whatever? So um, the thing that everyone needs is a business incubator that has the person that's the incubator that incubates the concepts. So the incubator will have contact with the best technology scouts in the world. So
yeah,
the entrepreneur himself or the business itself doesn't have to worry about the technology. The technology incubate the person or the office, the incubation
yeah.
office, will then choose the best technology for the specific need of the client. And that's what we have at Mantech is we have the incubation office and
Mhm.
the incubator that develops all of these concepts and brings in the technology because they know all the what's the word now the legal all the legal things around getting the technologies in, protecting the technology, making sure that in 5 years the guy from Germany is not going to be like, oh sorry, I'm taking my technology back, and then your
Yeah,
whole
yeah.
company falls apart. So the best is to have a technology incubation office within your company.
Okay, cool. So obviously, Chanel, your presentation spoke about technology playing a role or impacting the creative industry. In your own opinion, how do you foresee technology further influencing the creative industries in the next decade?
I think we can't even imagine. If you think how much has already changed, I think we can't even imagine what's next. I always think of it like this because sometimes, like, I get scared sometimes. Like,
Yeah,
I think to
yeah.
myself, imagine like our grandparents. They had candles, okay, and now
Not
there's
even
virtual reality. Like,
Yeah,
how?
not even a slight inkling of what we see today would have been, probably
Yeah.
foreseen back then. So obviously, I know. Look, I feel like technology. How can I say it? Technology is an organism on its own, meaning it's like a living entity,
Yes.
right? It
Yes.
just keeps growing and just keeps moving. So obviously, none of us, could even foresee what could be coming even next year. Forget about the next decade, right? Because everybody just
Exactly.
keeps,
Exactly.
creating. Everybody just keeps creating and inventing. Look, Chanel, first and foremost, I want to say thank you so much for taking us through this presentation of looking at technology having an impact in the creative industry. Thank you so much for your time. Thank you so much for the wisdom and the knowledge that you have shared on this platform. Obviously, this is not your first time being part of the festival. This is your second year. This is primarily our third year doing this, and obviously, we are growing in this beautiful, initiative that we have started. But thank you for being a key player and for being willing to, be a thought and practice leader within this segment and really help and allow people to be enriched. So thank you for your time. On behalf of the team of the Startup Business Festival, we really wholeheartedly thank you for your dedication to the work that you do and for really being on this platform. Thank you so much. Yeah.
Thank you. And thank you for giving me this platform. I really appreciate it. This was a lot of fun. And yeah, I'm definitely open to do it again. I really
Okay,
enjoyed
cool.
it. And
Yeah.
yeah, thank you. And that's actually just for the entrepreneurs out there. It just shows you,
Yeah.
doesn't matter where you start, and doesn't
Yeah.
matter what you know. Sometimes it feels, if you look at pros, it feels like you don't know a lot, but you always have
Yeah.
something to offer. So that's what I just want to leave
Wow.
with people is never think that you're not good enough or you don't know all everything about business. There's always
Yeah.
someone that you can actually help and have an impact on their lives. So thank you for the opportunity as well. You guys are a great team, and I know that this festival is probably going to be in the next 5 years. It's going to be a 2 month, maybe it's going to be a permanent thing that people can just learn and learn, and a great skills development opportunity for everyone to make this
Wow.
country better.
Thank you so much. This is so beautiful. You're about to make me cry on the platform, which I don't want to do and I won't do. But obviously, thank you so much for sharing, just your words. And, I think the vision and the goal is to expand, right? Is to have an impact, at a larger scale globally with the work that we're doing currently. And obviously, we're just taking, the necessary steps to get there. But obviously, this is just a blessing to have, individuals like yourself who can be on such platforms and give your expertise and your knowledge within your sector. So thank you so much. Have an amazing rest of the day. Yeah.
Thank you. Same to you. Enjoy the rest
It
of
is
the
a
conference.
pleasure. All right, cool. Okay, cool. So we're just done
Thanks.
now with this beautiful session right here at the Startup Business Festival. I'm not sure if Samson is going to remove her or if he's going to get. Hey, actually, wait, hold on. Wait. Oh, go back. Yeah. Listen, Chanel. I know, I know that this is. I don't usually do this. I did it once before. I'm gonna let you do the closing. All right. You funny.
Okay.
You got energy. Samson, zoom into her face. Keep her there, and then she's gonna do the closing for us. All right, Chanel. In 3, 2, 1, go.
Man, what an amazing opportunity. Thank you for every single entrepreneur that has taken the time. I know that it's difficult being an entrepreneur. I know that there's challenges, but there's so many opportunities as well. Guys, never, ever give up. This startup business festival is amazing. Take in every minute, take in everything, enjoy yourself, always be yourself. And yeah, make sure to just climb that corporate ladder, show the world that you don't have to be stiff and always perfect to actually be a success in life. You can still be yourself, you can still be happy, and you can still have a family and friends and just live out your passion and make money while doing that.
Chanel, you just took my job. Hey, that's how we do it right here, man. Look, Chanel, thank you so much. You are such a breath of fresh air. Thank you so much. I really enjoyed this moment. I wish you could go on forever. All right, Samson, you can go back to me, bro. Thank you guys so much for tuning in at the Startup Business Festival. I am your host. I'm one of the curators of the Startup Business Festival. This is week 4, man, where we focus on entrepreneurship for creative expression. And of course, we'll be back today at 2 p.m. where we have another installment looking at the masterclasses that we have in store for you guys. But please do make sure you guys are following us on our social media platform. Catch us on Facebook at Facebook. Hey, put those things. Yes. Woo! All right, cool. So please do make sure you guys are catching us on our social media platform. We're on Facebook at Startup Business Festival. We're on Instagram at Startup Business Festival. We're also on X at Startup Business Fest. We're also on YouTube at Startup Business Festival. Please make sure you guys hashtag SBF2023 also hashtag CEHack. 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st to the 3rd of December. So please do make sure that you guys are registering for that beautiful hackathon happening. See you guys at 2 p.m. Peace. Oh, on behalf of the team, on behalf of Mr. Lucky Detail, the convener for the Startup Business Festival, on behalf of Kondi Mtembu, the chief of staff, on behalf of Agnes Nyati, on behalf of Samson Nkosi, on Faith Caesar Lukele, on behalf of Chepo Lukoba Jobo. We love you guys so much. Have an amazing rest of the day and see you guys at 2 p.m. Peace. Woo! Hey, what's poppin', everybody? Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. I'd like to welcome all of you to week 4, where we'll be focusing on entrepreneurship for creative expression. Now, obviously, in the morning, we had an amazing session with Chanel van Leeuwen, who took us through a masterclass looking at the impact of technology in the creative industry. But today, we also have another installment later on with an amazing woman, Neo Masilela. But before we get into that, let's speak about the power of the creative industry. But also, I'd like to welcome all of you that are tuning in on different platforms. Please do make sure you guys are following us on our social media platforms. We are we're on Facebook at Startup Business Festival. We're also on Instagram at Startup Business Festival. You can also catch us on X at Startup Biz Fest. We're also on YouTube at Startup Business Festival. And please don't forget to hashtag SBF 2023 and also hashtag CEHack 2023, which is our circular economy hackathon happening from the 1st till the 3rd of December. Now, the Startup Business Festival is a transformative 30-day event taking place throughout the month of November. Now, our festival is not just an assembly of entrepreneurs, right? But it is a celebration, a convergence of innovation and as well as inspiration. Now, at its core, the Startup Business Festival endeavors to redefine entrepreneurship, making it not only a viable venture, but also a trend-setting pursuit. Of course, making entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. Now, we also believe in the power of entrepreneurship to make positive change in all facets of society. Thus, our focus extends across the environmental, the social, the cultural, as well as the creative and also the economic sector. Now, also embracing a holistic approach, we strive to create a dynamic platform that nurtures diverse ideas and also catalyzes comprehensive growth. And of course, throughout the 30 days, we bring together key players in the entrepreneurial ecosystem alongside thought and practice leaders who have carved a path of innovation and success. Now, anchored by a multifaceted lineup, the Startup Business Festival features an array of events. Now, these events are designed to enrich and also to empower participants. Now, we have masterclasses, we have keynotes, we have pitching sessions, we have showcases, we have panel discussions, we have bicycles, we have live performances, and of course, we have networking events. Now, the theme for this year's festival is building a resilient startup ecosystem. Now, in these challenging times, this theme stands as a beacon of hope and determination, highlighting the critical importance of innovation and entrepreneurship as a driving force behind sustainability and as well as prosperity. Now, for us to achieve such ambitious goals, we are wholeheartedly dedicated to equipping entrepreneurs with essential skills and tools required for them to establish their startups that can weather any storm and, of course, emerge even much stronger. Now, our event does more than just convene. It strives to foster a robust community. This community comprising of our pioneers, industry and thought leaders, and also practice and thought leaders, and also investors who are united by a shared dedication to nurturing an environment that is conducive to entrepreneurial excellence. And of course, together we can strive to craft a brighter future, one where entrepreneurs not only survive but thrive in the ever-evolving landscape of entrepreneurship. And of course, now in a world where uncertainty becomes certainty, resilience now becomes our most valuable asset. We believe that by focusing on resilience, by investing in skills and mindset needed for entrepreneurs to face adversity, we can, of course, chart towards a brighter and more prosperous future. So, throughout the festival, let us embark on this journey together. Let us remember the power of resilience and the strength of our collective commitment and the potential that lies within each and every single one of us. And of course, together we can weather any storm and launch towards new horizons and shape the future of entrepreneurship in Africa. I'd like to welcome all of you yet again. As I've said, I am Karabo Moholi, the curator for the Startup Business Festival, where we'll be focusing on entrepreneurship for creative expression. Now, creative expression plays a pivotal role in entrepreneurship by fostering innovation, problem solving, and unique brand identity. Now, entrepreneurs who embrace creativity can uncover novel solutions to challenges and also envision innovative products or services and also differentiate their ventures into competitive markets. Though through visual storytelling and also unconventional problem solving, creativity allows entrepreneurs to communicate their brand's essence effectively and also resonate with a target audience. Now, creative expressions serves as a catalyst for out-of-the-box thinking, enabling entrepreneurs to adapt to changing landscapes and also envisioning new possibilities and also infuse passion into their ventures. Now, the power of creative expression, therefore, not only fuels the entrepreneurial spirit, but also establishes a distinctive and a memorable presence in the world of business. And as I stated, today we are focusing on part 2 of the masterclass that we have today. And I'm joined by NOV who's going to speak about the future of work in the creative and cultural sector, Industry 4.0. Neville, how are you? All right, cool. So I'm just been informed that obviously our speaker who's about to join us has a bit of a technical difficulty. We'll just give her a little bit of time. But before we go into that, let me just read a little bit of a bio of Neville who will be joining us. And hopefully, obviously, throughout her presentation, we just hope that we don't have any disturbances. So Neville Masilela is an award-winning life coach. She's a facilitator, she's an author, and an inspirational speaker. Now, her passion lies in working with young professionals who are on their journey to personal growth and transformation. She's deeply committed to contributing to the evolution, the liberation, and the healing of human consciousness, and thus has dedicated herself and her career to this noble cause. So I know for sure that we're about to have an amazing conversation with Neville, but I really do hope that all of you guys can really bear with us as we manage to get Neville on this platform. All right, I'm not sure if I could just have a start conversation, obviously looking at the essence of, having this festival. First and foremost, it's groundbreaking, right? This is us being an entity, pushing boundaries and connecting all these beautiful entrepreneurial sectors into one space, right? We see this festival being one platform, one ground where we can have the cultural sector, we can have the economic sector, we can have the social sectors, and we can have the environmental sectors all to come together just to show us the power of entrepreneurship, but also understanding the intricacies that go about being in this, in such a high dynamic, powerful industry that we know as the entrepreneurial ecosystem. And of course, when we have powerful speakers who come on platform, they really do get to share, with us their expertise, their know-hows. And we begin to understand not just the journey of an entrepreneur, but also we get to understand the challenges and the opportunities that lie within each of these industries. And one thing that I really, emphasize the most about is when I have these conversations with the entrepreneurs, I really want to understand how diverse the ecosystem is, right? And having an understanding that each entrepreneur, understands the power of collaborations and partnerships, knowing that, we are no longer competitive base, but we do thrive within this ecosystem, looking at, our collaborations and partnerships. That's how we move in this ecosystem. And of course, us being, this organization where we have the Startup Business Festival and we bring all these key players on this platform, we are really demonstrating, the power of networking and collaborations, where we get to, engage with all, these wonderful speakers on this beautiful platform. So I know for sure that as individuals, as partakers, as participants, part of this program, you guys are really getting a firsthand knowledge and experiences of what it is to be an entrepreneur, but also the challenges and opportunities that lie in this beautiful ecosystem. And I know for sure that, we're not centered towards an ego system, but we're centered towards an ecosystem. An ecosystem speaks about an entrepreneur that wants to do something by themselves, that believes that I can achieve doing this solely by myself. But when we look at an ecosystem, we understand the dynamic that lies within an ecosystem, how each individual or each player plays a profound role within this ecosystem. So we are able to push boundaries. We are able to expand our horizons because we are centered towards an ecosystem that functions on its own. So if we as individuals can come together in this ecosystem that functions on its own, how much more good can we do? So in every country, I know for sure that there's a lot of, cries of unemployment, cries of, equality, not having diversity. Okay, Gondi, I can see she's back. Thank you so much for letting me know. I believe that as entrepreneurs, we have the power to really, play a role in really diversifying, equality and having, a say in how we, combat unemployment rates. And I know for sure that each of entrepreneurs, especially social entrepreneurs, who don't get as much light in doing such a profound work, but we are right here to share the light on all these sectors. And I know for sure it's a privilege to really be on this platform to share and to listen to firsthand experiences about the entrepreneurial journey. Hey, Neo Masilela, I know for sure you've joined. I want to make sure that you are comfortable. Neo Inyana, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
I am good. Neo, sorry, I just want to say, when did you go off? Did you hear my intro, or as soon as I came on, you were gone?
I heard your intro, but I was just like trying to fix some technical issues that I had. So I think they're sorted out now. Yeah.
Okay, cool. No problem. So while you were gone, obviously I got to share a little bit of your bio. I spoke about you're going to be obviously looking into the future of work in the creative and cultural sector, Industry 4.0. You'll be taking us through a presentation in regard to that. Obviously, I read your beautiful bio, and since you were here, obviously I'll say it again, just so while I read your work, you get to smile. You get to be like, oh my God, is this me? Like, really, is this me? So no,
come on.
You are an award-winning life coach. You're a facilitator, you are an author, you are an inspirational speaker, and your passion lies in working with young professionals who are on their journey to personal growth and transformation. It sounds like you're a social entrepreneur. So you are deeply committed to contributing to the evolution, the liberation, and the healing of human consciousness, and you are thus dedicated to you have thus dedicated yourself and your career to this noble cause. Such an amazing, bio. First and foremost, I just hope myself and my team can give you a round of applause, man.
Thank you.
Are you good? Are you settled?
Thank you so much.
Are you comfortable?
Yes, I'm fine. Thank you.
All right, no. So you're speaking to Karabo Mohole. It's a pleasure, first and foremost, to have this conversation with.
Is it frozen?
Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and cultural, financial and economic, and social sectors, the event strives to foster a vibrant community of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry captains, thought leaders, and practitioners committed to nurturing a thriving and resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Social entrepreneurship is growing. It is growing in Africa. I'm going to share a few companies that I've found within Africa. I really couldn't share all of them because even if you look within South Africa, there's so many social entrepreneurship companies or social impact companies all over that are really driven by the need to change lives, not driven by the bottom line. So they are more likely to attract 1.6 times more funds than traditional business ventures, because even investors are changing the way they are looking. They not only want to be throwing money with the idea to get a 10x return, still want the 10x return, but you also want to be able to say, I have impacted a community, I have impacted lives. I am now able to say that children in Katlehong are now have fallen in love with mathematics because of the presence of Nubian Smart. And if we help Nubian Smart to grow, then it means that children from Philippi, children from Umlazi, children from Kailicha are able to then get the same support. But in terms of everything else, as a social entrepreneur, we've also found that sustainability within social impact ventures is critical, because 86% of them focus on environmental sustainability. But apart from that, apart from ensuring that we're not killing the world in which we live in, but also teaching people, teaching their customers in terms of what it is that drives the change.
Hey, what's poppin', everybody? Welcome back to the Startup Business Festival. I am your host, Karabo Mohole. I'm the curator for the Startup Business Festival. I'd like to apologize sincerely for that technical difficulty, technical glitch. What Noah did caused to happen to me is a ripple effect. So I really do apologize for that. Now I'm joined by Noah Masilela. Obviously, she'll be taking us through a beautiful presentation looking into the future of work in the creative and cultural sector, Industry 4.0. Noah Masilela, yet again, how are you?
I'm great, thank you. How are you?
I apologize. I'm good, thank you. Look, I'm not going to waste time anymore. Noah, what goes into your head or your mind, right, when you hear about a 30 days business festival? What's the first thing that pops into your mind?
Community, ideas, just support of entrepreneurs sharing ideas, and just learning also. So that's the first thing that pops in my head. Yeah,
I like that. Obviously, we really look into the power of what it really means, looking at this ecosystem and having players like yourselves. You can come on to such spaces and really share your expertise and your know-hows. It really means a lot to grow together and to thrive and also to evolve, as an organism, because I see this ecosystem or entrepreneur as an essence of an organism, because it just keeps growing. It's a ripple effect, right? So Noah, without any further ado, you can take us to your presentation and enjoy it. All the best of luck, yeah?
Thank you.
Pleasure.
All righty. Alrighty then. Hello once again to everyone listening to today's masterclass. And as you may know, that today's topic is the future of work in the creative and the cultural sector in the context of Industry 4.0. So what I'll be bringing today to the table is a different or a unique perspective, which is a metaphysical perspective or a spiritual perspective to the future of work in the creative and the cultural sector. So before we go any further, I'd like for us to just start with some energy healing to all the entrepreneurs, all the businesses, all the startups that are planning on starting up in the next financial year, or that have already started. So if you can just let's just all do this together. Let's just rub our hands together. Rub our hands together, and send all the light and all the energies to all the businesses, all the entrepreneurs, all the people that are starting out, all the people that plan to start out. Send all that light, all that energy, all the blessings. So this is what we'll be doing. This is what I'll be talking about in today's session. So rub your hands together, rub your hands together, rub your hands together, rub your hands, create that energy, create that energy, create that energy. and just send all that light to all the businesses, all the startups, all the people that are starting, all the people that want to start, all the people that plan on starting. Let's do that one last time. Rub your hands together, rub your hands together. Yes, 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 yes. Send all that energy, all that energy. Yes, 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 yes. Amazing, amazing. Okay, yes. Just to reintroduce myself and what I do, I am Neo Iana Masilela, and I'm a life coach, I'm a facilitator, I'm an author, and an inspirational speaker. So what I do is I coach young professionals through the process of personal transformation, facilitating their the process of development within themselves, so that their external lives reflect a powerful and inspired reality. So what I do as a coach is I support them and offer them and empower them so that they're able to create an impactful life for themselves, for the people around them, and etc. So today we'll be touching on values that are important when you look at the future of work in the creative and the cultural sector in the context of Industry 4.0. So first of all, before I go any further, I'd just like to say thank you to the Startup Business Festival for having me today on one of the last days of the festival. I'm very grateful to be a part of this festival once again, because this is my second year. The first time I was here was in 2021. And I'm back here again, 2023. So thank you so much. So today, what we'll be talking about, as I mentioned, that it's the future of work in the cultural and the creative sector in the context of Industry 4.0. And what we'll be talking about basically is the integration of the metaphysics of things, basically the core essence of things, and the technology, the evolving technology in the Industry 4.0, and how we'll be infusing those together to create wonderful works in the world, wonderful businesses, or wonderful creative products. For example, like artists, designers, and things like that. So this is what I do. This is what I work with young professionals, young artists, young creatives, help them, propel them to establish themselves in the creative industry or in the creative sector. So first of all, we need to understand that all of this involves the interconnectedness of all things, interconnectedness of your authenticity of yourself, of your being, and the work that you're doing, and using technology and the advancements of technology to propel you forward in your business, in your career, and things of that nature. So first of all, sorry. Yes, so first of all, sorry about that. So we're going to explore the captivating realm of the creative and the cultural sector, and then delve deeper into the enigmatic concept of the Industry 4.0 from a metaphysical perspective. So as the world hurtles towards an increasingly digital era, it is crucial to understand how the future of work in this sector will be shaped not only by the technological advancement, but also by the intangible forces that drive human creativity and expression. So as we're going to embark on this journey of the thought-provoking exploration of the intersection between Industry 4.0 and the metaphysics of creative work, we're going to uncover the untapped potential, because there is potential in the future of this field. And
Gondi. All right, cool. So I am well aware that Newo is experiencing some technical difficulties. Let's just bear in mind with her, and obviously she will join us shortly just to resume her presentation. I know for sure we're looking at the power of the creative industry, looking at how technology plays a role within the industry, and obviously looking at Industry 4.0. Without any further ado, let us have a couple of videos play for us as we wait for Newo to get back, giving her presentation.
Welcome to the Startup Business Festival. This is a dynamic, month-long hybrid event aimed at redefining entrepreneurship, making it not just a pursuit but a lifestyle. Focused on tech entrepreneurship in environmental, creative and cultural, financial and economic, and social sectors, the event strives to foster a vibrant community of entrepreneurs, investors, community leaders, industry captains, thought leaders, and practitioners committed to nurturing a thriving and resilient entrepreneurial ecosystem.
Social entrepreneurship is growing. It is growing. It is growing in Africa. I'm going to share a few companies that I've found within Africa. I really couldn't share all of them because even if you look within South Africa, there's so many social entrepreneurship companies or social impact companies all over that are really driven by the need to change lives, not driven by the bottom line. So they are more likely to attract 1.6 times more funds than traditional business ventures because even investors are changing the way they are looking. They not only want to be throwing money with the idea to get a 10x return, still want the 10x return, but you also want to be able to say, I have impacted a community, I have impacted lives. I am now able to say that children in Katlehong are now have fallen in love with mathematics because of the presence of Nubian Smart. And if we help Nubian Smart to grow, then it means that children from Philippi, children from Umlazi, children from Kailicha are able to then get the same support. But in terms of everything else, as a social entrepreneur, we've also found that sustainability within social impact ventures is critical because 86% of them focus on environmental sustainability. But apart from that, apart from ensuring that we're not killing the world in which we live in, but also teaching people, teaching their customers in terms of what it is that drives the change.
All right, what's popping, everybody? Welcome back to the Startup Business Festival. As we're joined with Nao Masalela, taking us through a masterclass of the future of work in the creative and cultural industry 4.0. I'm not sure if Nao is here. Nao, are you here? Okay. Hey, Nail. I know
I
it's
can
it's
hear
a
me.
challenge. Yes, yes, I can hear you. I can hear you. Do you just want to resume where you left off?
Absolutely. Yes, please.
All right, sure thing. Thank you so much, Nail.
Okay, thank you. So without wasting any more time, I'd like to apologize for that. I'm just facing some technical issues, but I'm back. So as I was saying previously, that the future of work in the creative and the cultural industry is very important, especially in the context of Industry 4.0, because what we'll be doing or what we'll be seeing in the future is an expanded awareness, a very heightened awareness within the sector, because what's going to be happening is artists, creatives, or cultural conduits fusing the two worlds together, the cultural work together, or the creative work together with technology, and which is what should be happening. So because that has a very powerful and profound impact, which will have a powerful and profound impact in the world. Um, you know, to propel the work and to also contribute to the evolution of human consciousness, because that's what will be happening. Also, if you think about aligning as a creative, when you align your work or your purpose with the ever-changing landscape of technology or the industry 4.0, that will also help people or your listeners or your viewers or your supporters to find that human connection, and that it shouldn't be just machines, but it's a human machine collaboration between the two. So also, if you think about this in the spiritual context, there's values that we need to take into consideration, like collaboration, authenticity, creativity, mindfulness, and etc., and values like that, and works that just uplift humanity. So let's start with the first one: collaboration. When you think about collaboration, you think about diverse energies coming together, or diverse energies coming together to create works that have shared values or shared goals. And it doesn't matter if you can be a teacher, you can be a designer, a musician, a poet, or whatever, but if even if all these fields are different, but when you come together with the same vision or shared vision to create impactful work in the world, and you use technology to propel that work or to push that work forward to create change in the world, that will create, like Karabo said, a ripple effect in the world, in promoting healing, promoting evolution or liberation in whatever community that you want to push that work to. So collaboration is very important, because, like I always say, healing does not happen, or you don't heal in isolation, you heal in community. So when you heal in community and you bring all the forces together from all the different fields in the creative sector, whether you be a designer, a musician, a writer, or whatever, and you bring all those fields together to create work that is impactful in the world, work that promotes healing, work that promotes awareness or awakening, that will create powerful work, because it is better to do it with a community that has a shared vision than to do it by yourself. Because when you do it by yourself, you're not when you do it with a lot of other people, or a lot of other energies, or a lot of other entities, what happens is you can reach a far wider mass or a far wider community than you're able to do when you do it by yourself. So that's the first one, collaboration. The second one is authenticity. The second value is authenticity, staying true to yourself, staying true to your true nature, what your purpose is. And what that involves is also being obedient to your intuition, to your wisdom, to your inner. So what then happens is that means that you have to be able to be mindful and be still enough and be grounded enough to ask for guidance from whatever higher power that you believe in, so that you can use the technology to push the work forward. For example, social media, or AI, or virtual reality, or 3D prints, or whatever other Industry 4.0 technologies that are in the world today. Right. So before putting work out there, before having work that is put out there, you have to be able to be grounded enough or ask for guidance from wherever you bow down to, or whoever you bow down to, or whatever higher power you believe in, to say, guide me, because my intention to do this is to create work that is for the people, to serve the people. Even if it's not in a cultural or in the creative industry, even if it's just in the commercial space, or in the corporate space, if there's a project that is to be put out and it's for the people and not for your own self, what that happens is, not only does that bring financial fulfillment to your business or to your project, but it also brings an evolution to the community that you're putting the work out into. So authenticity is very important in that regard, because when you're authentic with yourself, people are able to find relatability in the work that you put out. And it's not just a machine that's putting out this work, or social media, or the internet that's putting this work out, but there's a human element. There's a human element that people can relate to, right? And then the third value is creativity, right? Creativity is not an intellectual thing, right? You have to understand that it's not an intellectual thing. It is a superpower that comes from a higher power, or intangible forces that are, that govern the universe, right? So when you align your purpose, when you align your vision that you have for your business, for your project, for whatever work that you want to put out, you have to ensure that your purpose or your vision is aligned with that, so that when you ask for guidance, the path is clearly open for you to be able to reach the people that you want to reach, or that you plan on reaching, right? So creativity, that when you're aligned with that, your creativity is heightened in a way that will create a very powerful work in the world, right? So unlike just creating work by yourself, or just like intellectually, but you're able to just harness your work through technological advancements and the alignment of the higher consciousness, right? So you're infusing the two worlds together, your authenticity, your creativity, which comes from the higher power, so that you can put the work out. And then when you bring all of that together, we go back to the first point, which is collaboration, right? Then imagine if all those entities, all those energies, all those diverse energies, all those entities do the same, follow the same process, follow the same procedure to put work out in the world, to contribute to the healing of the world, or a higher consciousness. What that happens is that creates a way more powerful impact in the world, right? So there's a huge potential, an unlimited potential in the future of work, in the cultural and the creative sector in the context of Industry 4.0, because when we put these works together, putting the human element together and the technology and the ever-changing landscape of technology, when you put that together, we're just able to create work that that was not able to be created, years ago, right? So the fourth value is alignment. And I think I've touched a little bit on this, alignment. When you're aligned with your vision and you know what your vision is, every decision that you take, even in the context of technology, or applying that in the context of Industry 4.0, when you're aligned with your vision and you remember what your vision is, or what your mission is, for the purpose that you have for creating the work that you're creating, or pushing the work that you're pushing in the cultural and the creative sector. When you're aligned with your vision, every decision will not just be taken just because it helps your prosper. But when you're aligned with your vision and you know what the vision is, and if it's aligned with that, and it's for the betterment of humanity, it's for the betterment of the higher consciousness, of the collective consciousness, that will then bring about, because what you give out, you get back, right? And that's in everything that you do, right? So if you're authentic and you use that in the collaborative work, and you also incorporate your creativity, your vision, you have to be aligned with your vision so that it so that it evolves, fostering a supportive and inclusive environment that prioritizes collaboration and diversity, right? So another value that we have to look at is divinity, right? Because there is a growing impact or a growing need for connection. This is why when I say all things are interconnected in this world, the technology, your creative ability, all things are connected. So when you do that consciously, when you connect your creative ability to create works that contribute to the healing or the betterment of humanity, that creates a powerful work, because as I said before, there's a great recognition in the inherent divinity within artistic expression, from a spiritual or metaphysical perspective. So this understanding acknowledges that creativity is not of our own humanness, but it is of what is of the higher power, right? It is of the higher power, because for us to even be here with all the technology, or to evolve to industry, because we come from, before it was industry 4. Industry 1, industry 2, industry 3, and now that we're in industry 4.0, that's not just something that happens. Obviously, there's powers and forces, intangible forces, that brought about this evolution, even in the technological aspect, right? So when you infuse that together, you have to acknowledge that there is that creativity is a sacred act which is guided by inner force or a higher power, right? So it recognizes that art possesses the capacity to transcend material limitations and connect individuals with their inner selves, with their higher truths, and the collective consciousness, right? So when you embrace those perspectives, that can lead to a greater appreciation and a support for artists or creatives, fostering a more spiritually enriched, creative, and cultural industry, right? So the fifth value that we need to take into consideration, and there's a whole lot of more values that we have to take into consideration, is personal development, right? Personal development does not just happen on the external world, or you're just acquiring things in the world or for your life. It happens, it's an in and out job. So it happens from the inside to the outside, right? So personal growth, personal development, personal transformation. When we look at this, so this is why we have to have programs for creatives, programs for cultural conduits that will, help them or teach them about the advancement of technology or advancement of the, industry 4.0, and how we can leverage that into the work that we do, right? So personal transformation, personal development, because that's what I do, right? I work with young professionals that are on their journey to personal transformation, right? So when you're on the journey to personal transformation, that means growth, right? That means transformation means beyond the norm. The word trans, the prefix trans, means beyond the norm, beyond what is known to be normal, right? So when you grow, or when you transform, or when you develop yourself, right? The intention for that should be, I want to be better for myself. So people that come after me, or the people that come before me, and I heal that lineage so that the people that come after me are better people, or are better entrepreneurs, or are better in whatever that they do, right? So personal transformation is important, so that when you place that in the works that you, in the creative works or in the cultural works, you're able to do far more than you were able to do before, right? Yes. So you're able to do that far more than you were able to do before, because now you tap into other realms of your being, that you couldn't even have access, or that you didn't have access to before, right? So even in being creative, comes from personal transformation. You were able to be far more creative, or in the work that you do, when you tap into the personal transformation journey, right? And when you infuse that together in the creative works that you do, and you use that in the technology, with technology, imagine the works that can be put out in the world to create healing, to create transformation in the world. Just imagine that, right? So the sixth value that I'd like for us to look at is works that uplift. Remember, when you're on this journey of personal transformation, it ends up not being a selfish act or selfish journey, because when you get better, you take better decisions, and you want people around you to take better decisions in their field, in their works, in their lives even, right? So when you're a creative, or if you are a creative, and you're on the journey to personal transformation, what you're then able to do is to put out works that uplift other human beings. And obviously, like I said before, that brings about not only financial gain to your business or to your project, but also that creates a ripple effect in the world. Works that promote healing, works that promote transformation, works that promote growth, works that promote love, right? And also, if you think about how the conversations around African spirituality, and all the cultural conversations that have been going around in the world today, that have a creative core to them, right? And we see that on social media. We're able to go on YouTube, click on a video, and watch videos that educate on these topics, right? And that all comes from the advancement, or the journey towards this future of work in the creative or the cultural sector, right? Or the cultural industry 4.0, right? So works that uplift will not only help people be better for themselves, but better for their families, better human beings in their communities, and even if there is a field that you're in, individuals in this industry will be more focused to nurturing their spiritual well-being, so that they can tap into their creativity and intuition and higher consciousness, right? So works that uplift is really important, because when we bring about a metaphysical perspective that involves a shift towards creating works that not only entertain but also inspire. The works that that uplift will not only entertain, but they will also inspire and create a better world for all of us, a better world for people that are in the low class, middle class, and that ends up being a world that is harmonious, a world in the technological space, in the physical space, in this third dimensional space, or the fifth dimensional space, or the space in industry 4.0. So these works not only entertain. I'll make a quick example. If you listen to the songs, I'm a piano, for example. These songs, most of them or some of them these days, if you listen to them or you pay careful attention to them, they not only entertain, because they also have a prayerful effect to them, right? Because most of these songs, or some of these songs rather, they're prayerful, they're prayers. If you hear the words from these songs, they're prayers, right? So we are going towards that direction of works that uplift, right? And what they do is they use technology, obviously, to create these works. So it will be far more better than it is today. But also, when you work on personal development, or when you work on your mindfulness, or on your healing or your growth, what happens then as a result is that you're able to then work or navigate with the challenges that technology comes with, or that this industry 4.0, because it's not only just sunshine and roses. There are challenges that these come with, right? So when you put out work that uplifts, this perspective recognizes the power of art and creativity in connecting individuals and promoting personal and collective growth. Because it also emphasizes the importance of incorporating spiritual and metaphysical elements into the creative works, allowing for a more profound impact on the audience and a greater sense of purpose for the creators. So the next value is mindfulness. So when we promote mindfulness in the works, even like I said before, creating programs or promoting programs that promote these values for creatives in townships, in higher or in higher end communities, or even online, right, on social media, right, when we have these programs, because today you don't have to be in a class to teach. Just like right now, I'm facilitating this masterclass and it's online, it's virtual, right? So which is a wonderful thing. So when you create these programs that promote mindfulness, what we then able to do is to help these creators, because we have to understand that these creatives are also human beings, and there's challenges that we face in the world today, in our lives, as creatives, as in our families, and etc. So when we create these programs that promote mindfulness, or that promote just stillness, that we're able to approach our work with a clearer mind, right? And we do this virtually or online, or or wherever, right? But also using technology in these spaces. What happens is that these artists are able to approach their work, or their projects in a way that is more sensible, in a way that also promotes mindfulness for their audiences, right? Not only for them, but for their audiences, because now they're able to create works with a clearer intention, right? Because when you have a clear intention, what happens is everything conspires to meet you halfway. Everything in the universe then conspires, or to meet you halfway with the intention. So you have to remember that you have to be clear with your intention before approaching a project, before creating a project, starting a project, or starting a business. It's the vision, a clear intention, and just being authentic. When you put that together and you collaborate with all the other like-minded individuals, or like-minded creatives that have the same vision, that have the same goal, that have the same mission, what that does, again, going back to contributing to the evolution or the liberation of human consciousness, because we have to remember that your highest purpose in the world, in this lifetime, is to serve others, right? You serve others. For example, if you think of starting a business, right, you have to think of a need in your community. What is a greater need in your community, and how can I help eradicate that need? Or that is serving people. That is serving people, because that's what our highest purpose is, right? So even as a creative, when you create songs or music, or poetry, or books or whatever, it is to serve others. It is to teach others. It is to, all of that is in the name of serving, right? So these works are very important because they emphasize practices such as meditation and self-reflection and journaling, right? There's a creative council called BICOSA, and it has about 216 creatives in South Africa, across South Africa, right? And all of these creatives come together to learn from, coaches, to learn from creative entrepreneurs that are, that have a mission to help these creatives be better for themselves and for their audiences, right? So it could also support a more holistic and a more balanced approach to work, promoting well-being and reducing stress in a fast-paced and demanding industry. So when you recognize a spiritual essence in both the works, the work itself and the individuals involved, nurturing a collective consciousness that promotes compassion, respect, and sustainability, it requires integrating mindfulness, empathy, and consciousness into the core of work processes, fostering a more harmonious and meaningful environment in the world, right? So there's a whole lot more, right? And again, bringing about also the metaphysical perspective into this conversation that involves recognizing and embracing the interconnectedness. This is a key word for today's masterclass: interconnectedness of all things, of all beings, and the importance of aligning one's work with the higher purpose and values. So when you understand that all things are interconnected, right? Your creative ability, and using technology and, the higher power, everything is connected, everything is one. And you're able to then nurture your work or this vision, right? And because also it will incorporate, obviously, like I said before, mindfulness, compassion, and gratitude. And also, in daily practices to foster creativity, to foster collaboration and holistic well-being. This approach emphasizes the development of intuition, of empathy, and self-awareness to navigate the complex and evolving landscape of the industry, while promoting sustainability, social responsibility, and personal growth for individuals and organizations alike, right? So I'd just like for us to go back to alignment, right? I'd just like for us to go back to alignment, because I just want us to understand that this perspective recognizes that every individual, that every organization, and every growth in their
where we're
work,
diving into the
right?
dynamic world of entrepreneurship for creative expression. Join us as we explore how entrepreneurs are driving positive.
Yes, can you hear me? Can everyone hear me? Okay, I'll just carry on.
Yes, now we can hear you.
Okay,
We can hear
okay.
you. We're still here. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, amazing. Okay, yes. So I just, I just also want to ask you a question, before I continue with all the other values that we need to consider. How, as a creative, or as an individual that is involved in the cultural space or the creative space, how will you then use your creativity, your work, your talents, your skills, and technology in the context of Industry 4.0 to then create a much more impactful work or projects in the world. How will you do that? I want, after the end of this session, I want you to go back home and think about this question. How will you use your creative work and technology, or how do you use your creative work and technology to create impact, or to create impact in the world, to create impact in your own life, before creating impact in the world? Because what you have to remember is that, like I said before, what you put out is what you get back, right? So when you, as a creative, because you have to remember that you're an entity, right? So if I'm going to start something, if I'm going to start a project today, right, I have to make sure that mentally, emotionally, spiritually, physically, or whatever else, or whatever aspect there is in me being able to create work that I want to create, I have to be aligned. All these elements have to be aligned. All these aspects have to be aligned and healthy for me to be able to create work that will then make other people be healed, or rather works that will promote healing, right? So I want to ask you, how do you then, as a creative or as a person that is involved in the space, how do you how do you use technology and your creative abilities to create impact in the world, right? And how do you then, before creating impact in the world, how do you create impact within yourself first? Because what you put out is what you get back, right? So, or what you put out will create a ripple effect in the world, right? So when you put work in the world, how are you mentally? How are you physically? How are you emotionally? How are you spiritually? Ask yourself these questions before putting work out in the world, because then other people will receive these. And truth is, even if because people, human beings are very intelligent. We are very intelligent because of our multi dimensional nature, right? So we will sense the essence of unwellness, of misalignment in your works if you yourself are not aligned, right? And obviously, if you're not aligned with, within yourself to create works that is for the purpose of, promoting healing, it will not be received in the way that it would have been received if, first of all, you started with ensuring that you are aligned, ensuring that you get all the information that you get from, online, on YouTube or whatever, to be able to then ensure that your work is relatable in the world, your work is received in the world, in a way that will obviously create healing, promote healing, promote wellness, right? So answer the question for me and let me know what you think or what the answer comes to, right? So again, in the future of work in the creative and the cultural sector, in the context of Industry 4.0, this can be approached from a metaphysical standpoint by incorporating strategies and tools, right, that promote deep reflection, heightened awareness, and fostering a sense of purpose and meaning in the work. Because this could involve integrating technologies that enhance creativity, such as artificial intelligence, so AI, that can generate novel ideas, for writers, or virtual and augmented reality that offer immersive experiences and data-driven insights that inform decision making, I beg your pardon. So additionally, creating a balance between automation and human touch of authenticity, right? And emotional connection and the value of human expression in artistic expression. All of these, right? Authenticity, creative expression, or human expression rather, and emotional connection, all of these will be found in the core essence of your work being put out, right? So there's an unlimited potential in this, in this era of Industry 4.0, 4.0 that we find ourselves in, especially in the creative and the cultural space that we find ourselves in, right? So when you foster a sense of interconnectedness and alignment with higher consciousness, this can be achieved through practices such as mindfulness, again, meditation, energy work, to cultivate a collective consciousness. Just like I started before this, when I started this session today, I started with us rubbing our palms together and then sending out that energy, through technology, through the waves that, because I'm able to reach you from my space to your space. So we can definitely, send that energy out in the world to other businesses, to other creatives, to other, or people in the space, people in the cultural and the creative space, right? So these are the things that these are the tools that we can use in this space. Also, remembering that this ever-changing landscape of technology is constantly improving, constantly evolving. And when that evolves, so do we, right? So do our consciousness, right? Our consciousness evolves. We evolve as human beings, mentally, spiritually, because we're not stagnant. Like I said before, we are multi-dimensional beings. So there's no way that technology can advance or improve and we stay stagnant, or our consciousness stays stagnant. If technology improves, that's a sure way or sure proof that we do as human beings. We too as human beings improve, evolve, mentally, physically, just as a collective consciousness, right? So it is a wise concept, I'll say concept, to infuse both worlds together, to then create works that, you wouldn't be able to do as just a creative and just your own self, right? Or just technology, or works that technology can just, produce out in the world. But putting these two worlds together, there's profound impact in the world, and I'm excited to see what that looks like, because right now, in this time, in this age, it is exciting to witness. It is exciting to see. So I'm excited to see what that will look like for other creatives, for emerging creatives, for also in a way, energetically, if we talk about it from an energetic perspective, we're healing the line of work that came before us, or that came before all the creatives that are creating today, right? Improving their works, or referencing their works, because we find it on social media, we find it on the internet, we find it, I can just easily go on Google right now and search for works that were found in 1900 or 1900 or 1910 or 1950, and then improve that work, obviously referencing the original creator, right? So it's exciting to see. I cannot wait to see what that will look like, because already right now, from this standpoint, it is extremely exciting, right? Now let's look at personal development. Let's look at personal development from a spiritual perspective, and how that can play a significant role. Because as technology advances and automation becomes more prevalent, individuals in this industry need to focus on nurturing their spiritual well-being, to tap into their creativity, and intuition and higher consciousness. By aligning with their inner selves, individuals can harness their unique talents, can explore unconventional ideas, and bring forth innovative and meaningful expressions in a world driven by technology. Because spiritual growth can also foster resilience, can also foster adaptability and compassion, enabling individuals with grace and purpose, which is so exciting. So, So I think I've touched on all the values that we have to take into consideration, and I hope I've given you something to consider, or a question to consider rather, or I hope that this session brought about a new awareness and how we can use our creative abilities and technology to create more impactful work that promote healing, that promote wellness, mentally, emotionally, spiritually, a better world for all, right? Yes, so I hope when you examine this convergence of technology and creativity, that this session we were able to unravel the potential impact of this digital revolution on the artistic realm. So yeah, this time is a very exciting time for artists to embrace technology as a tool for enhancing their creative expression, while also maintaining a connection to their intuitive and spiritual selves. Also, when we integrate technology with our inherent artistic abilities, we will be, in the sector, we can harness the power of Industry 4.0 to not only elevate the work, but to also contribute to the collective consciousness and uplift humanity for the better. So, yes, yeah. So, if there's any question, if anyone has a question for me, please feel free to ask, and yeah, I'll gladly answer.
All right, thank you so much, Nero, for that beautiful, presentation, taking us through the future of work in the creative and cultural sector, looking at Industry 4.0. How was that experience for you, first and foremost? Nero, I'm not sure. Could you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, cool. So I just wanted to ask, how was that experience for you? Just giving us that presentation. How did it go for you?
That it was very, refreshing to be able to share, these ideas, and to also remind, us of these values that we need to take into consideration when we think about the future of, the of works in the creative and the cultural industry. Values like collaboration, that you're not no man is an island, right?
Yeah.
And that you're able to create, much more impactful work than you are, with other people or other entities, than you are able to do by yourself, and staying authentic to yourself, to your purpose, number one, to your vision, to your intention. What is the why? The why behind the what. So the mission is the what. I plan to do this, or my mission is to do this. But the reason behind this intention is, and that's what we have to remember. So collaboration, authenticity, creativity, and alignment. Aligning your creativity with the higher power, and asking for guidance from because guidance does not come from technology, but we can use technology to then use or do what we've been guided to do as creatives, to do far more better work, right? Because we can then put the two worlds together and to create powerful or profound work in the world, right? So these values: collaboration, authenticity, creativity, mindfulness. Before getting into a space of creating, you have to remember, because yes, technology helps us in the work that we do, but then we also have to remember that you are a human being, and your creativity does not come from technology. We use technology to create the work that we do. Your creativity comes from within, right? So when you're able to just turn that off, and then be mindful, be still, and then come back to create using technology, right? That creates a much more powerful result, than just jumping onto social media, or jumping onto whatever Industry 4.0 technology that we use today, right? So yeah, it was refreshing to share these ideas. Yeah.
I think it was refreshing on our side to really get to listen and get some form of knowledge. So thank you so much for this moment that you've shared with us, and also creating, an everlasting moment where now, obviously, this was your first year, being part of this festival, and also it's our first year doing it virtually. So, this is actually remarkable that we can have such speakers and players like you. And thank you so much for your time. On behalf of the team for the Startup Festival, we really sincerely want to thank you for making an effort and being committed to the work that you're doing. It's really refreshing to see, how as, players and individuals, we keep growing, we keep moving, we keep finding ways, to thrive in this ever evolving landscape. So thank you so much, Noel. And we wish you all the success, and just keep growing and keep achieving all those awards that are just bombarding your bio. Just keep adding. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Karabo. Thank you so much.
It's a pleasure. All right, guys, this is the Startup Business Festival, where we make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. We just finished having a masterclass session with Newa Maselena, taking us through the future of work in the creative and cultural sector, Industry 4.0. That was really incisive, and it was so much, man, which is really beautiful and refreshing, because no one can ever put a limit to knowledge. And obviously, Newa has given us a mandate, a responsibility, homework, to look at how do we get impact, using our creativity and using technology. How do we find impact by using these two, powerful entities coming together? So I know for sure that you guys will be doing your homework. I will try and do it. But thank you so much for tuning in this beautiful Tuesday. I am your host, Karabo, the curator for the Startup Business Festival. I'd like to thank Mr. Lucky Tero, the convener for the Startup Business Festival. And I'd like to thank yes. All right, I want to thank Tondile Mtembu, all right, the chief of staff. I want to thank Sebo Lukubajobe, Faith Caesar Lukele, Samson Nkosi, and of course Agnes Inyaki for really making this platform and this space be what it's meant to be. Look, we keep growing, we keep pushing, nothing's going to stop us. Let's keep knocking up these spaces and making the best of what we have, man. Look, this is just the beginning. I know this is the last week, but this is the beginning. Obviously, we've been doing it for 3 years, but it's still the beginning. There's still so much that we can do. There's still so much that we will do. And I know for sure that it does not end here. It will not end here. We keep going. Please do make sure you guys know about our hackathon that will be happening from the 1st to the 3rd of December. It's all about this circular economy. So please make sure you guys are contacting the Startup Business Festival website just to get more information on the hackathon that is happening. And see you guys tomorrow as we keep pushing. Tomorrow we'll be having panel discussions, part 1, part 2 in the morning at 10 a.m. and also in the afternoon at 2 p.m. And tomorrow we'll be beginning, obviously, with the build-up to the hackathon that will be happening from the 1st to the 3rd of December. So tomorrow being a Wednesday from 3:30 p.m. till 4:30, or from 3 till 4:30, we'll be beginning with the build-up from the hackathon, where we'll be having impactful speakers in line of the circular economy who will speak about what this hackathon is really about, and also looking at the challenges that will be partaken throughout the hackathon. So keep in tune, and please do not miss any moment that is happening right here at the Startup Business Festival as we make entrepreneurship fashionable and attainable. We will not stop until entrepreneurship is fashionable. All right, cool, guys. I'm your host, Karabo. See you guys tomorrow. Peace.